Tonight, we open the pages of prophecy the Vatican never wanted you to read. Words not of the past, but of the future. Warnings of plagues, wars, schisms, and a world bound by numbers and marks. For centuries, these visions were hidden, locked behind stone walls and guarded archives, not to protect faith, but to control what humanity was allowed to know. They are not fairy tales or forgotten legends. They are prophecies so sharp they cut across time, echoing into our own age with chilling accuracy. A nun's visions of environmental collapse, a monk's warnings of pandemics, a list of popes predicting an end that may already be here, and the silence of Rome, a silence that speaks louder than words. These are not stories of destiny carved in stone. They are questions meant to wake us before it is too late. So before you dismiss this as superstition, ask yourself, why keep them hidden? Why now, when their shadows stretch across our world, do they feel more alive than ever? Like the video, subscribe, because tonight we step into the forgotten prophecies. And some visions were never meant to be revealed. A secret whispered in stone corridors, locked behind vault doors deeper than any treasure chamber, has always haunted the Vatican. Not only books of history rest there, but manuscripts that dare to speak of the future, prophecies that could shape the fate of kings, nations, and even the world itself. What did they foresee, and why, after centuries, are they still hidden away? The answer may not be that humanity was never ready, but that the truth was never meant to be shared at all. Imagine walking into the grand halls of the Vatican Library. Towering shelves groan under the weight of ancient parchment. But among the theology, philosophy, and chronicles of empires lies something different, something far more dangerous. Prophecies, visions written down by monks, nuns, mystics, and even unnamed voices lost to history. Warnings of plagues before they arrived, wars before the first sword was drawn, and collapses of empires before the stones had even begun to crumble. These words carried so much weight that the Church did not burn them. Instead, they preserved them, sealed them, and locked them away. Because controlling the story of the past is power, but controlling the story of the future is something far greater. From the earliest centuries after the fall of Rome, the Christian Church understood one truth. People will fear the unknown more than any tyrant or invader, and nothing fuels fear like prophecy. To say a famine was coming, or that a great city would burn, or that the end of days was near, was to grip the minds of millions in silence and obedience. It is no coincidence that so many visions from this time disappear from public record and only survive in whispers about the Vatican vaults. Take, for example, the prophecies of Saint Malachi in the 12th century. He spoke of popes yet to come, describing them in cryptic symbols that eerily match the history of the papacy even centuries later. The Church never erased his visions, but they never freely displayed them either. To admit their existence was to admit that the future might already be written. That kind of thought can shake thrones and unravel faith. Even earlier, strange manuscripts called the Sibylline Oracles found their way into Church hands. Pagan voices that foretold disasters, rising empires, and falling stars. Rather than destroy them, the Church translated, censored, and reinterpreted them. A careful process, ensuring prophecy served doctrine instead of defying it. To this day, fragments exist, but the complete scrolls are said to remain deep in Vatican possession. The secrecy raises a chilling question. If these prophecies were harmless, why keep them sealed? Why has no pope, no council, no reformer ever truly opened the archive to the world? The Vatican calls it preservation, scholars call it censorship, and ordinary people wonder if the silence hides something even more unsettling. Perhaps these manuscripts speak of our time. Perhaps they describe rising global powers, strange technologies, even disasters that have not yet struck. Perhaps they predicted everything we fear today and more. A prophecy does not need to be believed to be powerful. It only needs to exist, hidden in the hands of those who decide when and if to release it. And when an institution holds not only the memory of the past, but the script of the future, then the world itself is living under a shadow it cannot see. This is the whisper of hidden prophecies. A whisper that, once heard, makes us wonder whether our tomorrow has already been written, and why those who know remain silent. Prophecy has never been just a prediction. It is power, sharper than any sword, stronger than any army, because it reaches beyond the present and into the mind of tomorrow. From the moment a vision is spoken aloud, it takes root, shaping choices, guiding faith, and fueling fear. Those who control prophecy do not merely describe the future, they can bend it, twist it, and use it to rule. This is why prophecy has always been dangerous, and why the Vatican, above all others, has guarded it so fiercely. Imagine a ruler in the Middle Ages who hears a prophecy that his kingdom will fall in fire. Whether true or false, the thought alone changes his behavior. He might raise taxes to build walls, start wars to crush enemies before they rise, or seek favor with the church to secure divine protection. In that single moment, the prophecy has already reshaped history. This is the essence of prophecy as power. It does not need proof, it only needs belief. Faith thrives on certainty, yet prophecy thrives on mystery. The church learned quickly that a vague vision could inspire absolute obedience, predict famine, and when crops fail, people see proof. Predict war, and when battles erupt, people bow their heads in fear. Even when events did not arrive as predicted, prophecy could be reinterpreted, stretched across decades, bent until it matched some disaster. In this way, prophecy never failed, it only waited. The book of Revelation is perhaps the greatest example. Written in the 1st century, filled with beasts, plagues, and the final judgment, it became the ultimate tool of authority. Whenever the church needed to remind people of their fragility, Revelation's words were preached. Every war could be painted as Armageddon, every disease as a divine warning. Through prophecy, the church did not just guide faith, it anchored fear so deeply that people surrendered without question. And fear, once rooted in prophecy, is the easiest form of control. But prophecy's danger was not limited to religion. Politicians, kings, and emperors understood its value too. During the reign of Constantine, visions of heavenly signs were used to legitimize battles. In later centuries, leaders clung to prophecies that declared their reigns were divinely appointed, silencing rivals who dared to resist. The Vatican itself used prophecy to declare its endurance, shaping the belief that no matter how empires fell, the papacy would stand until the end of time. Prophecy became both shield and sword, protecting rulers while cutting down dissent. Yet the most unsettling truth is that prophecy can become self-fulfilling. If enough people believe a vision, they unconsciously move toward it. Fear of war creates war. Expectation of famine creates hoarding that leads to famine. In this way, prophecy stops being prediction and becomes script. Those who hold the prophecies hold the pen, writing the play humanity unknowingly performs. This is why prophecy has always been dangerous. It is not simply about what will happen, but what people are made to believe must happen. And when belief shapes reality, the power of prophecy becomes the power to command the world itself. For centuries, the Vatican has stood not only as the center of faith, but as the keeper of secrets. Among the greatest of these secrets are the prophecies it guards, visions written across time by saints, mystics, and wanderers who claim to see beyond the veil of the present. The Church became the custodian of these words, but it did not treat them like treasures to be shared. Instead, it became the gatekeeper, deciding which prophecies the world would hear and which would remain locked away. This power was never accidental. From the earliest days of Christianity, the Church understood that prophecy could guide or destroy entire civilizations. To release every vision would invite chaos. To To silence them all would risk losing divine warnings. The solution was control. A prophecy could be displayed if it supported doctrine. It could be hidden if it threatened authority. And in this balance, the Vatican built a system where humanity's view of the future flowed only through its hands. Consider the prophecies of Marian apparitions, visions of the Virgin Mary reported by children, peasants, or simple believers. Some of these visions spoke of wars, disasters, and corruption inside the Church itself. A few were approved and celebrated, turned into pilgrimages that drew millions. Others were quietly dismissed, archived and forgotten, not because they lacked wonder, but because their words struck too close to truths the Vatican preferred to silence. In this way, the faithful were not allowed to decide for themselves. They were given only what the gatekeeper allowed. This pattern extends across centuries. The Book of Revelation was permitted, but dozens of apocalyptic writings from early Christianity were buried, branded heretical, or destroyed. The prophecies of Saint Malachi, describing a line of popes, were whispered about, but never officially embraced. The third secret of Fatima, one of the most famous visions of the 20th century, was locked away for decades before a carefully edited version was revealed to the public. In every case, the Vatican decided when the world was ready, or more often when it was convenient. The reason is simple. Prophecy is not neutral. It can spark fear, rebellion, and doubt. It can also inspire faith, unity, and obedience. The Church could not risk the wrong vision circulating freely, so it positioned itself as the interpreter, the translator, and ultimately the censor. To control prophecy was to control hope and fear at the same time. Some argue that this role protected humanity from hysteria, but others ask if it also protected the Vatican's power. Because when only one institution decides which glimpses of the future may be seen, prophecy stops being divine message and becomes political instrument. And the unsettling question lingers. How many prophecies remain sealed beneath stone walls, unread and unspoken, because their words did not serve the story the Vatican wished to tell? If truth about the future exists, it lies not in the open, but behind the gates of the Church, where silence is stronger than any revelation. When people open the Bible today, they believe they are holding the complete Word of God. Yet what few realize is that dozens of books once considered sacred were left out, erased from the canon, and pushed into silence. Many of these texts contained visions and prophecies, descriptions of cosmic battles, hidden knowledge, and even warnings of future ages. They were called apocrypha, a word that does not mean false, but rather hidden. And the truth is, the Vatican played a central role in deciding which books would be remembered and which would be forgotten. In the early centuries of Christianity, there was no single Bible. Communities across the Mediterranean used their own collections of Gospels, letters, and prophetic writings. Some spoke of Jesus in ways that challenged later doctrine, portraying him not only as a saviour, but as a teacher of secret wisdom. Others contained detailed prophecies of destruction and rebirth, of worlds rising and falling in cycles, of divine judgment that stretched far beyond the story of Israel and Rome. To early believers, these books carried the same authority as the four Gospels we know today. But as the Church grew in power, the diversity of voices became a threat. Councils were called, debates raged, and slowly a decision was made. Certain books would form the official canon, the rest would be suppressed. Among the most striking of these is the Book of Enoch, an ancient text that describes angels descending to earth, teaching forbidden knowledge, and shaping human destiny. It was widely read among early Christians, and even quoted in the New Testament letter of Jude. Yet it was removed from the Bible, labelled dangerous, and hidden from the Western world for centuries. Its prophecies of celestial battles and future judgment were deemed too unsettling, too uncontrolled. The Gospel of Thomas tells a different story. In it, Jesus speaks in riddles and parables, urging his followers to seek the kingdom of God within themselves rather than through an institution. Such words could empower believers to bypass the authority of priests and popes. It was easier to brand it heresy and bury it than to let people believe they could access the divine without the church. There are also the visions of the Apocalypse of Peter, once read openly in churches, describing fiery punishments and glimpses of paradise. It was a rival to the Book of Revelation, filled with imagery that might have reshaped Christian imagination. Yet it too vanished from the canon, surviving only in fragments. The official explanation has always been that these writings were false, untrustworthy, or too confusing for the faithful. But the reality is simpler. These books offered prophecies and visions that did not fit the story the Vatican wanted to tell. They gave people too much independence, too much fear, or too much hope in the wrong places. By deciding which books would form the Bible, the Church did not just preserve faith. It rewrote prophecy itself, ensuring that only the visions that served authority would survive. And so the suppressed books of the Bible remain echoes of a future that might have been told but never was. The Book of Revelation stands today as one of the most terrifying and mysterious texts in the Bible, filled with beasts rising from the sea, horsemen of destruction, and visions of a final judgment. Yet few people know that this book almost never made it into the canon at all. For centuries, church leaders debated whether it was too dangerous, too strange, or too uncontrollable to be considered sacred scripture. Its path into the Bible was not one of certainty, but of controversy, and the reason it was finally kept is just as revealing as the words it contains. Revelation was written near the end of the 1st century, attributed to John exiled on the island of Patmos. From the very beginning, it stood apart. Unlike the Gospels that told the story of Jesus, or the letters that guided early communities, this book looked forward, predicting cosmic battles, plagues, and the end of the world. It was raw, poetic, and terrifying. Some early Christians embraced it as truth, while others warned that it stirred hysteria and fueled false prophets who used its imagery to declare themselves chosen. By the 3rd century, the debate grew louder. Some bishops argued that Revelation was too symbolic, too chaotic, and dangerously open to abuse. Others saw in it a divine blueprint, proof that history was moving toward a final judgment and that Rome itself would fall under God's hand. At times, the book was banned in certain churches, removed from liturgical readings, and dismissed as the work of an impostor. Yet it refused to disappear. Its vivid language kept resurfacing, inspiring the persecuted, giving hope to the oppressed, and striking fear into rulers. By the time of the 4th century, when the canon of Scripture was being shaped, Revelation was still on the edge of exclusion. But the Church faced a dilemma. If they left it out, they risked silencing one of the most widely read and passionately believed texts among ordinary Christians. If they included it, they gained a weapon, a book that could be wielded to warn, to guide, and to control. Ultimately, the Vatican chose to preserve it, not because it was the safest text, but because it was the most powerful. Revelation's shadow fell across every age that followed. During wars, it was preached as prophecy fulfilled. During plagues, it was proof of divine punishment. During times of doubt, it was brandished to remind believers of a coming judgment. Even when its visions were terrifying, the Church knew that fear could anchor faith more tightly than comfort ever could. The irony is that the book they nearly discarded became the cornerstone of apocalyptic imagination for nearly 2,000 years. The Book of Revelation remains a paradox, both a source of hope for a final victory and a tool of fear wielded to keep the faithful in line. It survived not because it was safe, but because it was too important to let go, and its shadow still stretches across the modern world. In the 12th century, an Irish archbishop named Malachy was said to have received a vision in Rome that would haunt the church for centuries. According to legend, he was granted a glimpse of the future, not in vague riddles, but in a chilling list of every pope who would rule until the very end of time. Each pope was described with a short phrase or motto, sometimes cryptic, sometimes startlingly clear. The list became known as the prophecies of St. Malachi, and its accuracy has left both believers and skeptics uneasy. The prophecy begins with Celestine II in the year 1143 and continues with more than 100 mottos that align with the papacy that followed. For each pope, the phrase seems to match a birthplace, a family crest, a major event, or a defining quality of their reign. Urban VIII, for example, was described as the lily and the rose, a symbol that matched the Barberini family's coat of arms. Clement XIII was linked to from the sea, a motto fitting for a pope from Venice. Again and again, history seemed to bend around the words left by Malachi. For centuries, the Vatican kept silent, never officially declaring the prophecy true, but never daring to denounce it either. The fear was simple. To admit its accuracy was to acknowledge that the future of the Church might already be written. To deny it entirely was to risk drawing attention to the long list of matches that were difficult to explain away. By the 19th century, the prophecy had already described popes with such precision that it could no longer be dismissed as coincidence. Yet what troubles most people is not the past, but the end of the list. According to Malachi, the final pope would be a figure called Peter the Roman, a shepherd who would guide the Church through great tribulation as Rome itself faced destruction. After him, there would be no more, only judgment. The unsettling part is that many believe the current pope fits this final description. Pope Francis, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio, is the son of Italian immigrants, making him in a sense Roman by blood. He has taken the role of shepherd during a time of global crisis, scandal and division. For those who follow Malachi's vision, this is not coincidence, it is fulfillment. Critics argue that the prophecy was forged centuries later and backfilled to match past popes. They say the accuracy dwindles in modern times, and that the mottos are vague enough to be interpreted in many ways. Yet even skeptics admit the eerie way the prophecy seems to linger, casting a shadow over every new election of a pope. Each time, white smoke rises over the Sistine Chapel, the question echoes: how many names remain on the list? Has the final chapter of the papacy already begun? Whether legend or truth, the prophecies of St. Malachi continue to unsettle because they touch the deepest fear of the Vatican itself, that even its power is not eternal, and that prophecy may have already marked the hour of its end. Long before Christianity spread across Europe, there were voices that spoke of the future in riddles and visions. These voices belonged to the Sibyls, women who claimed divine inspiration and whose prophecies became known as the Sibylline oracles. Their words were treasured in the ancient world, consulted by Roman emperors, and feared for the disasters they foretold. When Christianity rose to power, the Church Fathers faced a dilemma. These prophecies were too well known to erase, but too pagan to embrace. The solution was not to destroy them, but to absorb, censor, and reshape them until they served a new narrative. The Sibyls had long been revered across the Mediterranean. They spoke of plagues, floods, the fall of empires, and even the rise of a future king who would bring peace. To early Christians, these lines looked eerily similar to the coming of Christ. By claiming that the Sibyls had predicted the birth of Jesus centuries earlier, church leaders found a way to fold pagan prophecy into Christian truth. The oracles were copied, edited, and spread, but only after being filtered through theology. The danger was not in their words of hope, but in their warnings of destruction. Left in their original form, they spoke of cycles of history, empires doomed to rise and fall endlessly, worlds consumed by fire, and humanity stumbling through chaos. This vision was too close to pagan philosophy and too far from the story of salvation the Church wanted to preach. So many of the darker passages were silenced. What survived was a carefully crafted version, enough to show that pagan voices had unknowingly pointed to Christ, but not enough to challenge Christian doctrine. By the 4th century, when Rome had become a Christian empire, The Sibylline oracles existed in fragments already reshaped to fit the new order. Augustine himself cited them in his famous work, The City of God, using them as proof that even pagans had predicted the coming of the Saviour. Yet the original scrolls, kept once in the temples of Jupiter and Apollo, were long gone, destroyed, or hidden. What we have are versions copied by monks, redacted and stitched together, a blend of pagan vision and Christian editing. Still within these fragments, there remain passages that unsettle. Lines that describe fire falling from the sky, kingdoms swallowed by the sea, and rulers crushed beneath their own power. Some of these verses sound like distant myth, but others feel eerily modern, as if history itself continues to echo their warnings. The Church never fully rejected the Sibylline oracles, but it never allowed them to exist freely either. They became a tool of persuasion, proof that Christianity had always been destined, while their deeper warnings were buried under layers of translation and silence. The truth is that prophecy has no owner, yet in the hands of the Vatican, the Sibyls' voices were chained, their words bent into shape, until they served the narrative of faith. And somewhere behind the veil of censorship lies the original voice of the Sibyls, whispering of a future humanity was never meant to forget. In the burning silence of the Egyptian desert, men once withdrew from the world, seeking only prayer and solitude. These were the desert monks, ascetics who abandoned cities and kingdoms to live in caves and stone cells, believing the closer they were to emptiness, the closer they would come to God. Yet, in their silence, many claimed to see visions, strange prophecies of the future, written not in careful theology, but in fire and shadow. Some of these prophecies survive today only in fragments, scattered across manuscripts, hidden in monasteries, half erased by time and censorship. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, when Christianity was still young, the deserts of Egypt became filled with hermits and small communities of monks. They recorded dreams and revelations, often describing them in the simplest of words. One fragment speaks of cities drowned by water, where deserts once stood. Another describes a time when the church itself would split in two, each side calling the other heretic. A chilling passage warns of a false age of peace that would end suddenly with fire raining from the sky. These were not polished scriptures, but raw glimpses of a future that unsettled even believers. For centuries, these visions were copied in secret, preserved by monks who feared both their loss and their discovery. The problem was not that the monks were unfaithful, but that their words strayed outside the official narrative of the Church. To say that the institution itself could fall into corruption, or that leaders could be deceivers, was dangerous. Prophecies like these were rarely read in public. Instead, they were buried in archives, passed along only to trusted scribes. Some even vanished completely when monasteries were raided or absorbed by the expanding authority of Rome. The Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in Egypt in 1945, gave the world a glimpse of what had been hidden. Buried jars contained gospels and mystical writings thought long destroyed. Among them were echoes of desert visions, writings that spoke of secret knowledge and cycles of destruction and rebirth. Though not all were prophecies, the discovery proved that early monks had preserved a far wider range of writings than the Vatican ever admitted. These desert visions often carried a haunting familiarity. Predictions of famine, striking many nations, rulers rising with golden words but hearts of iron, and diseases spreading across the world like smoke. To the monks, these were warnings from God. To later church authorities, they were dangerous seeds of doubt. The Vatican took the safer route. Only those visions that encouraged obedience and holiness were preserved openly. The rest were hidden, labelled as apocryphal or mystical excess. And yet, even in fragments, the voices of the desert still speak. They remind us that prophecy was not confined to grand councils or papal thrones, but whispered by hermits, staring at the endless horizon of sand. Their words echo across centuries, fragile, incomplete, but carrying one message that still matters. That truth is not always found in stone cathedrals, but sometimes in the lonely silence, where men dared to write what they saw and feared no one would believe. Behind the thick stone walls of monasteries, where silence ruled and prayers echoed day and night, another kind of voice was quietly preserved. These were the visions of monks who believed they had glimpsed not just heaven, but the fate of the world itself. In the dim light of candles, scribes copied sacred texts, but alongside scripture, they sometimes recorded apocalyptic dreams, prophecies that warned of the end of kingdoms, the corruption of the church, and disasters that would sweep across the earth. Over time, monasteries became more than places of worship. They became hidden centers of prophecy. Life in a monastery was built on discipline. Monks rose before dawn, worked the land, sang psalms, and devoted themselves to prayer. But solitude often gave rise to visions. Fasting, sleepless nights, and endless meditation pushed the mind into strange states where dreams blurred with revelation. Some monks claimed to see angels weeping over the future of humanity. Others wrote of beasts rising from the sea or fire, consuming cities. These visions did not fade away as private imaginings. They were recorded in careful Latin, copied into margins, or hidden within collections of sermons. To the outside world, monks were quiet servants of God. Inside their cloisters, they were also prophets of doom. The Church understood both the power and the danger of this. On one hand, apocalyptic visions could be used to stir faith, reminding people that judgment was always near. On the other hand, too much freedom in prophecy threatened authority. If a monk predicted corruption in the papacy or the fall of Rome, it risked weakening the very foundation of the Church. So monasteries walked a delicate line. Prophecies that encouraged obedience were read aloud. Those that questioned power were buried in archives. Yet even hidden, they survived. When the Black Death swept Europe in the 14th century, many of these monastic prophecies resurfaced. Writings spoke of plagues that would cover the land, and millions saw them as proof that the monks had spoken truth. In times of crisis, people turned not to scholars or rulers, but to the quiet words copied in monasteries generations earlier. Fear gave those prophecies new life. Some monasteries even became centers of expectation, where pilgrims arrived seeking knowledge of what was to come. The Vatican often moved quickly to contain this, sending orders to restrict what could be read, but the whispers never truly died. In many ways, monasteries became the underground heartbeat of prophecy in Europe. They held knowledge the Church could not erase, and visions it could not safely share. Their silence hid not emptiness, but fire. Today, fragments of these monastic prophecies remain in old libraries, faded ink on parchment that once shook entire villages. They remind us that history is not only written by kings and popes, but also by nameless monks who believed they had seen tomorrow. And in the stillness of their cloisters, they left behind a truth both dangerous and irresistible. That prophecy has always lived in silence, waiting for someone to listen. In the 12th century, a woman named Hildegard of Bingen rose from the quiet life of a cloister to become one of the most extraordinary prophetic voices of the Middle Ages. She was a nun, a composer, a healer, and a visionary whose writings continue to echo with eerie familiarity. Unlike many mystics who lived in silence, Hildegard spoke boldly of what she saw. Her visions described plagues, wars, corruption in the church, and even disasters that sound strikingly similar to the crises of our modern world. To some, she was a saint. To others, she was dangerous. Hildegard claimed her visions began as a child when she saw blazing lights and heard voices. By adulthood, she had learned to write them down in vivid detail, producing works like Civiers, meaning know the ways, where she painted images of a world on the edge of collapse. She warned of floods and storms tearing across lands, of the air itself poisoned, and of the earth groaning under human corruption. Centuries before the word climate change existed, Hildegard described a planet lashing back at mankind's sins. Her prophecies did not stop with nature. She foresaw wars that would spread across nations, the collapse of kingdoms, and the rise of leaders who would speak sweet words but hide cruelty in their hearts. She warned of a time when the church itself would grow sick with greed and hypocrisy, its leaders more concerned with power than truth. To her, these were not vague predictions, but clear warnings that unless humanity returned to harmony with God and the earth, judgment would come not in distant centuries, but in their own lifetimes. The church could not ignore her. At first, her visions were treated with suspicion, but Hildegard's reputation grew too large to silence. She corresponded with popes, emperors, and bishops, who all sought her counsel. Even so, much of her work was filtered, preserved in parts, but not always shared widely. Some of her darker warnings about corruption within the papacy, or catastrophic destruction, were quietly shelved, deemed too unsettling for ordinary believers. Yet the fragments that survive are startling. She described illnesses spreading through the air, striking without warning, visions that today feel like an uncanny reflection of global pandemics. She spoke of fire falling from the sky and cities reduced to ash, images that sound hauntingly close to the age of bombs and missiles. She spoke of seas rising and consuming lands, of storms more violent than anyone could endure, and of humanity standing helpless before forces they had unleashed. Hildegard did not see herself as inventing prophecy. She saw herself as a messenger, compelled to share visions that were given to her whether she wanted them or not. In her lifetime, she was both celebrated and feared, a woman whose words carried the weight of apocalypse, yet also the promise of renewal if people chose to listen. Today, her writings remain preserved in monasteries and libraries, still studied but rarely preached, perhaps because they sound less like ancient visions and more like headlines of the world we now live in. In the middle of the 14th century, a shadow fell across Europe that seemed to confirm the darkest prophecies ever spoken. The Black Death arrived in the year 1347, spreading with terrifying speed. Within only a few years, nearly half of Europe's population was dead. Villages stood empty, cities reeked of smoke from mass graves, and families vanished overnight. To those who lived through it, this was not just a plague. It was the apocalypse they had been warned about for generations. For centuries, monks and mystics had written of divine punishment, of pestilence that would sweep the earth as a sign of the end times. When the plague struck, these words were remembered and recited in every town. The book of Revelation spoke of the pale horse, the rider of death, and people believed they were seeing it with their own eyes. Fear spread faster than the disease itself, for in every church and monastery, prophecy was used to explain what no physician could cure. Some claimed it was punishment for human sin, a judgment that echoed warnings from saints like Hildegard of Bingen, who had spoken of plagues centuries earlier. Others saw it as the final battle approaching, the prelude to Christ's return. This apocalyptic panic shaped how Europe reacted. Instead of seeking scientific answers, many turned to extreme acts of penance. Flagellant movements spread across the continent, groups of men and women marching from town to town, whipping themselves in public, believing that by sharing in Christ's suffering, they could end the plague. Monks read aloud old prophecies that spoke of blood raining on the land and oceans turning black. Ordinary people, unable to understand the disease, clung to the belief that prophecy was unfolding before their eyes. Fear also turned violent. Rumours spread that certain groups were to blame, that outsiders had poisoned wells or called down curses. Entire communities were slaughtered in pogroms, not because of proof, but because prophecy had convinced the desperate that scapegoats had to be found. The Vatican itself struggled to respond. On one hand, it tried to calm the masses with prayers and processions. On the other, it did little to stop the panic, fueled by prophetic preaching. The plague emptied monasteries, killed priests in staggering numbers, and shook faith in the church. Yet even in this collapse, prophecy gave the institution a way to maintain control. By claiming the disaster had been foretold, the Church turned chaos into confirmation of divine authority. In the end, the Black Death did not end the world, but it transformed it. Survivors carried with them not only the scars of loss, but the memory of prophecy shaping their every choice. To them, the 14th century was not just a time of disease. It was a time when heaven and hell seemed to open above their heads, when every bell that tolled sounded like the final trumpet. And long after the plague ended, Europe would remember that prophecy had been as deadly as the sickness itself. Walk into a medieval cathedral, and you might believe you are entering only a place of worship. But look closer, and the walls, windows, and carvings begin to whisper a different story. For centuries, architects and artists filled these holy spaces not only with beauty, but with prophecy. Hidden in the stained glass, etched into stone arches, and painted across ceilings, were coded visions of the future. To the faithful, they were decoration. To the trained eye, they were warnings, a record of apocalyptic fears preserved not in books, but in the very bones of the Church. During the 12th and 13th centuries, Europe saw a great wave of cathedral building. From Paris to Chartres to Cologne, massive structures rose that seemed to scrape the heavens. Every detail carried meaning. Stained glass told biblical stories for the illiterate masses, but within those panels, artists slipped in images of burning cities, oceans swallowing ships, and angels blowing trumpets. These were not random pictures. They echoed the language of the Book of Revelation and the visions of medieval mystics. To those who knew the symbols, the glass was a prophecy in colour. Architecture itself became prophecy. The layout of certain cathedrals mirrored cosmic patterns, with 12 pillars for the 12 apostles, 7 arches for the 7 seals, and towers designed to represent the heavenly Jerusalem described in Revelation. To walk through these buildings was to step inside a vision of the end of time. Even gargoyles, often dismissed as grotesque decorations, carried meaning. Some represented demons cast down at the apocalypse, reminders that evil lurked outside the sacred space. Others were symbols of chaos that would be unleashed before the final judgment. Stone became scripture, prophecy carved where no censor could erase it. In Chartres Cathedral in France, one of the great rose windows depicts not just saints, but a strange image of stars falling from the sky, a vision tied to the end of days. In Strasbourg Cathedral, an astronomical clock built in the 16th century shows not only the hours, but the march of apostles and the figure of death striking the bell. Time itself was turned into prophecy, reminding worshippers that history was moving toward an inevitable conclusion. The Vatican understood the power of these images. Many were sanctioned because they kept fear alive while still binding it to the authority of the Church. Others were quietly altered, with symbols reshaped to hide their original meaning. A carving that once hinted at corruption in Rome could be explained away as a simple demon. A stained glass panel predicting floods could be described as Noah's Ark. Prophecy was there for those who looked, but never too obvious for those who were not meant to see. Today these cathedrals still stand, their walls holding secrets few visitors notice. Pilgrims walk through them in awe, never realizing they are surrounded by visions of the future set in stone and glass. They are not only monuments of faith, they are monuments of prophecy, silent warnings hidden in plain sight, waiting for eyes willing to see what was always there. The Knights Templar were more than warriors. They were guardians of secrets, protectors of relics, and according to legend, keepers of prophecies that foretold not only their own destruction, but the fate of the world. Formed in the 12th century to defend pilgrims travelling to the Holy Land, the Templars grew into one of the most powerful orders in Christendom. Their sudden downfall in the year 1307 shocked Europe, but whispers have long claimed the Templars knew it was coming. They had prophecies of betrayal, fire, and a curse that would echo for centuries. The story begins with Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Templars. When he was arrested in Paris, under the orders of King Philip IV, he endured years of imprisonment and torture. On the day of his execution in 1314, he was burned at the stake. As flames consumed him, he is said to have spoken a prophecy, calling both the king and the pope to meet him before God within a year. Remarkably, both King Philip and Pope Clement V died within that exact time frame. To many, this was proof that the Templars carried knowledge of the future, and that de Molay's final words were not a curse, but a prophecy fulfilled. Beyond this dramatic moment, legends speak of secret Templar scrolls hidden in their commanderies, writings they had brought back from Jerusalem. Some claimed they discovered ancient prophecies in the ruins of Solomon's temple, visions that spoke of empires falling, new powers rising in the east, and even a time when the church itself would be torn apart by corruption. These scrolls, it was said, were carried away in secret when the order was destroyed, hidden by surviving Templars who escaped the arrests. Another tale suggests the Templars knew their downfall would be orchestrated by greed and fear. They had grown too wealthy, too independent, and prophecy warned them that kings would one day turn against them. Their vast treasures were seized, their order dissolved, but the prophecies lived on in whispers of revenge. Some even believe the curse of the Templars stretched far beyond the deaths of Philip and Clement, casting a shadow on France for generations. The Vatican has never confirmed such prophecies existed, but their silence only deepens suspicion. Why did an order so powerful vanish so completely, and why do so many accounts tie their fate to visions of the future? The Templars may have been crushed, but their legend did not die. Secret societies that emerged later, from Freemasons to Rosicrucians, were often linked to the lost prophecies of the Knights. Whether true or imagined, these connections suggest that fragments of Templar visions continued to circulate, carried in symbols and rituals. To this day, the Templar prophecy remains one of history's most haunting mysteries. Did they truly foresee their end, and did they leave behind warnings of events still to come? Or was their prophecy itself the weapon that ensured their legacy would never be erased, even by fire and sword? All across the Middle Ages, voices rose, claiming to see visions of the future. Some came from monks in their cloisters, some from wandering mystics, others from ordinary believers who swore they had glimpsed signs in the sky or heard messages from heaven. Many of these prophecies were written down and carried from village to village, spreading both hope and terror, yet not all of them survived in public memory. A great number were locked away by the very institution that claimed to guide the faithful. The Vatican chose silence, and silence itself became the strongest weapon against prophecy. The reason was not always disbelief. In fact, many of the visions were taken seriously, but the danger lay in what they predicted. Some spoke of corruption in the church, of popes who would betray their mission, of priests who would fall into greed. Others warned of disasters that could shatter public trust, wars that would destroy Rome, or plagues that would be seen as divine punishment. To release such prophecies freely would risk panic or rebellion. Better to hide them, to let them fade into dust within secret archives where only a few eyes would ever see. The Vatican understood that prophecy was never just about the future. It was about power in the present. A prophecy that strengthened the Church's authority could be celebrated, turned into a feast day or pilgrimage. A prophecy that questioned authority could be fatal, not for the prophet, but for the institution. So the Church positioned itself as guardian, declaring which visions were authentic revelations and which were heresy. In doing so, it became not only the interpreter of the past, but the gatekeeper of the future. We know this silence existed because fragments of the suppressed prophecies still surface in unexpected places. Marginal notes in manuscripts, references in sermons, or letters between bishops hint at visions now missing from the record. Scholars who have glimpsed portions of the Vatican's archives speak of prophetic writings stored under strict control, some never studied or translated. The existence of these hidden texts suggests a far larger body of prophecy than the public has ever seen. Why lock them away? The official answer is protection. The Vatican argues that unverified prophecies could mislead the faithful, stir false expectations, or distract from the gospel. But history shows another reason. Silence allows control. By deciding what was revealed and what was buried, the Church could shape not only how people remembered the past, but how they imagined the future. And when you control the imagination of the future, you control fear, hope, and belief itself. The silence of the Vatican was not the absence of prophecy. It was the mastery of it. Behind stone walls and locked doors, countless voices of the Middle Ages may still be waiting, visions, written in ink, but kept from the light. Their silence does not mean they were false. It only means they were dangerous to those who wanted prophecy to serve power and nothing else. In the 16th century, a French physician named Michel de Nostradame, better known as Nostradamus, began publishing strange collections of verses that seemed to speak of the future. Written in cryptic quatrains, his prophecies were filled with riddles, hidden meanings, and mysterious symbols. Some were vague, others chillingly precise, and over time, readers claimed they foretold wars, revolutions, and even the rise and fall of empires. His words spread quickly across Europe, reaching kings and commoners alike. Yet in Rome, the Vatican regarded him with suspicion. Nostradamus was not a saint or a monk. He was not writing under the approval of the Church. His visions came from a mix of astrology, observation, and something deeper he never fully explained. This made him dangerous. The Church had always claimed the role of sole gatekeeper of prophecy, but Nostradamus bypassed them entirely, publishing directly to the public. His books sold widely, and his predictions became topics of court intrigue. Kings sought his counsel, and rumours spread that he had foreseen the death of Henry II of France in a jousting accident, a prophecy that came true in 1559. The Vatican could not ignore such influence. Officially, the Church condemned astrology and unapproved prophecy as superstition, even heresy. Yet Nostradamus was too popular to silence completely. Instead, the Vatican adopted a quieter strategy. They watched, they catalogued, and they dismissed his work as vague while never openly denouncing him. To condemn him outright would risk drawing more attention to his uncanny accuracy. Over the centuries, this uneasy relationship continued. In times of crisis, people often turned to Nostradamus. During the French Revolution, his quatrains were read as predictions of the fall of monarchs. In the 20th century, many claimed he had foreseen the rise of Hitler, the bombing of Hiroshima, and even the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Each time his name rose, the Vatican remained silent. Scholars within the Church argued that his writings were too open to interpretation, that their seeming accuracy came only from clever readers fitting events to words after the fact. But silence does not erase suspicion. If Nostradamus was merely a charlatan, why did his works continue to be preserved, studied, and sometimes quietly referenced by clerics themselves? Some even whisper that his writings were examined inside the Vatican's own archives, compared to earlier prophecies, to see if his words aligned with visions long kept secret. Nostradamus never claimed to be a prophet of God. He presented himself as a man who glimpsed patterns in history, cycles that revealed what was to come. But to the Vatican, that independence was the true threat. He did not need their blessing, and his prophecies gave people a sense that the future could be known without the Church. The uneasy relationship between Nostradamus and the Vatican reveals something deeper. It shows that prophecy, once beyond the Church's control, becomes a rival, and rivals are never destroyed with fire alone. Sometimes they are drowned in silence, left for time to decide if their words are truth, coincidence, or a mystery still unfolding. When most people hear the name Galileo, they think of telescopes, planets, and the battle over whether the Earth moves around the Sun. But hidden beneath his scientific discoveries was something far stranger and far more dangerous. Galileo hinted at a vision that went beyond astronomy. He believed the heavens were not only a map of physical space, but also a canvas of fate, To him, the stars told stories not just of orbits and moons, but of human destiny itself. And that quiet suggestion turned his work from science into something the Vatican feared might become prophecy. In the early 17th century, Galileo used his telescope to reveal things no one had ever seen. Mountains on the moons of Jupiter, and the strange rings around Saturn shattered the old belief that the sky was perfect and unchanging. Yet in his letters and notes, he sometimes wrote in ways that went beyond observation. He spoke of the universe as a great book written by God, a text of light and movement. If one learned to read it correctly, perhaps it could reveal not only how the planets moved, but where history itself was headed. This idea echoed ancient traditions. Long before Galileo, astrologers had linked stars to the fate of empires, claiming that eclipses and comets foretold wars and disasters. The Church tolerated astrology only in small doses, but Galileo's authority as a scientist gave such ideas a new weight. If the same man who proved the Earth moved also suggested that the stars contained prophecy, then the heavens themselves could challenge the authority of the Vatican. Evidence of this hidden layer in Galileo's thought survives in fragments. He corresponded with friends about the alignment of planets and how such patterns might shape human events. He hinted that great conjunctions between Jupiter and Saturn marked turning points in history, cycles of rise and fall that echoed across centuries. To modern readers, these sound like astrological musings, but to the Church they were whispers of forbidden prophecy. When Galileo was tried by the Inquisition in 1633, his heliocentric theory was the official reason. But some historians believe there was more. His willingness to treat the heavens as a clock of fate, a cosmic prophecy written in light, was too close to heresy. The Vatican could not allow him to speak of a universe where knowledge of the future might exist outside Scripture. Forced to recant, Galileo spent the rest of his life under house arrest. Yet he continued to write in careful ways, describing the universe as infinite, alive, and filled with meaning beyond what the Church had approved. To those who study his work today, his silence speaks almost as loudly as his words. Galileo's forbidden vision suggests that prophecy might not only belong to mystics and saints. It could be written into the stars themselves, waiting for anyone bold enough to read it. And that was the true danger. For a universe that can be read like prophecy needs no priest to explain it, only eyes willing to look. In the 16th century, a new order of priests emerged, whose influence would stretch across the globe. They were the Jesuits, founded by Ignatius of Loyola, and their mission was simple in words but vast in practice, to defend and spread the faith. They became teachers, missionaries, and advisors to kings, but hidden within their work was something less discussed. The Jesuits were also collectors of prophecy. Wherever they travelled, from Asia to the Americas, they recorded local visions, studied ancient traditions, and compared them with Christian teachings. Over time, they built a network of prophetic knowledge, a system that not only gathered, but sometimes reshaped the world's future stories. The Jesuits were unlike most orders. They were trained not only in theology, but also in science, languages, and history. When they entered China, they learned the language, studied Confucian texts, and took careful notes of Chinese prophecies about heavenly signs and dynastic cycles. In South America, they listened to the myths of native peoples, some of which spoke of a great flood or a future return of gods. In India, they studied the Hindu cycles of ages, vast spans of time that ended in destruction before beginning anew. To the Jesuits, these were not dismissed as superstition. They were information, pieces of a global puzzle of prophecy. But what they did with that information remains controversial. Some evidence suggests that the Jesuits carefully reinterpreted local prophecies so they could be fitted into Christian frameworks. A native legend about a returning deity might be retold as a hidden prophecy of Christ. A vision of cosmic destruction might be reshaped to mirror the Book of Revelation. In this way, the Jesuits did not simply gather prophecy. They altered its meaning, weaving it into the Church's story. This was powerful because prophecy is not just prediction, it is identity. By controlling how different cultures understood their own visions, the Jesuits guided not only faith, but also the imagination of entire peoples. Their letters back to Rome reveal fragments of this work. Reports describe strange signs in the sky, floods, and famines interpreted as proof that distant lands had long awaited Christianity. These letters became part of the Vatican's archives, where prophecy from across the world was preserved, filtered, and catalogued. Yet not everything was shared. Many Jesuit writings remain locked away, raising questions about what prophecies were too dangerous to release. Were there visions that challenged the Church's authority? Did they find prophecies that spoke of futures not aligned with Christian doctrine? Silence suggests the answer may be yes. The Jesuits were often accused of being too secretive, too willing to bend truth for the sake of strategy. To some, they were brilliant missionaries. To others, they were manipulators of knowledge. Their prophetic networks reveal why. They stood at the crossroads of cultures, gathering visions from every corner of the world, and then deciding which would be told and which would be forgotten. In doing so, they became not just priests, but editors of the future, shaping prophecy itself into a tool of global power. From the earliest centuries of the papacy, prophecy was never just a matter of faith. It was also politics. Popes understood that to rule not only the Church, but the hearts of millions, they needed more than councils and armies. They needed a sense of destiny. Predictions became the weapon that turned their authority into something untouchable. By tying their reins to visions of the future, popes claimed not just power on earth, but validation from heaven itself. One of the most striking examples lies in the way popes leaned on the prophecies of Saint Malachi. Even when the Vatican refused to declare them fully authentic, whispers of their accuracy were enough to cast each new pope as part of a divine plan. A simple motto, vague yet suggestive, became proof that their election had been foreseen centuries before. For ordinary believers, this was not coincidence. It was fate, and fate could not be questioned. Other times, prophecy was invoked more directly. When Rome faced invasions in the Middle Ages, papal preachers thundered from pulpits that visions had foretold the city's survival. During times of plague or famine, popes declared that earlier prophecies had warned of these disasters, but also promised renewal under strong leadership. The message was always the same: trust the Church, because its leaders were chosen in fulfillment of divine prediction. This pattern grew even stronger during the Renaissance and Baroque eras, when the papacy faced political rivals and accusations of corruption. Popes surrounded themselves with imagery of the end times, commissioning art and architecture that portrayed them as shepherds holding back the apocalypse. Prophecy was not just spoken, it was carved in marble and painted on ceilings. By shaping prophecy into spectacle, the popes turned their reigns into living fulfillment of sacred visions. There are even cases where visions were quietly edited to serve politics. Prophetic writings that warned of papal downfall were silenced, while those that spoke of endurance were promoted. The third secret of Fatima, revealed in the 20th century, is a haunting example. For decades, the Vatican kept it hidden, finally releasing a version that seemed to align with the attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II. By framing the event as prophecy fulfilled, the Vatican transformed a near tragedy into proof of divine protection. The pattern reveals a deeper truth. Prophecy has always been more than mystical visions. In the hands of popes, it became strategy, a tool to legitimize reigns, silence dissent, and inspire obedience. To rule by politics alone is fragile, but to rule by prophecy is to claim inevitability. And inevitability is the strongest power of all, for it convinces people not only that a leader is right, but that his presence was written long before he was born. In this way, popes turned prophecy into politics, and politics into destiny, blurring the line between heaven's will and human ambition. In the year 1917, 3 children tending sheep in the small Portuguese village of Fatima claimed they saw a vision of the Virgin Mary. Over the course of 6 apparitions, the children reported receiving messages that became some of the most famous prophecies in Catholic history. 2 of those messages, known as the first and second secrets, were revealed early on. They spoke of visions of hell, the end of World War I, and the coming of another war if humanity did not repent. But it was the third secret that would haunt the Vatican for nearly a century, wrapped in mystery, silence, and suspicion. The third secret was written down by one of the visionaries, Sister Lucia, in the year 1944. She sealed her account in an envelope and delivered it to the Vatican with the instruction that it should not be opened until 1960, or upon her death, whichever came first. For decades, rumours spread about its contents. Some believed it described a global apocalypse. Others said it foretold corruption at the highest levels of the Church. The Vatican's refusal to release the text only fueled speculation. By the time Pope John XXIII read the secret in the early 1960s, he chose not to reveal it, declaring that it did not apply to his era. Later popes followed the same path of silence, leaving the faithful to wonder what was so dangerous that even the shepherds of the Church dared not share it. It was not until the year 2000 that the Vatican finally published what it claimed was the full text of the third secret. According to their version, the vision described a bishop dressed in white, walking through a ruined city filled with corpses. He is eventually killed by soldiers, along with other clergy. The Vatican interpreted this as a prophecy of the 20th century's persecutions, and most specifically, the attempted assassination of Pope John Paul II in 1981, but many were not convinced. Critics pointed out that the released text did not read like a full prophecy, but like a fragment of one. Sister Lucia herself had hinted in earlier interviews that the third secret involved a great apostasy, a falling away of faith within the Church itself. Yet, in the official Vatican release, there was no mention of internal corruption or betrayal, only of external persecution. Some believe the Vatican withheld part of the prophecy, the part that pointed to its own failings. Others suspect that the real secret spoke of catastrophic events still to come, disasters too terrifying to be revealed. The truth may still lie hidden in the archives. What is certain is that the mystery of the third secret has kept its power precisely because of silence. By refusing for decades to share it, and by possibly editing what was revealed, the Vatican turned it into a prophecy that will never stop raising questions. Was it truly about the past, or does it still point to the future? The answer remains locked in stone walls, guarded by those who fear that the truth may be far more unsettling than what has ever been shown. From the earliest centuries of the Church, there have been whispers that the throne of St. Peter would never be free from danger. Prophecies spoke not only of holy men guiding the faithful, but of popes who would meet their end in blood. The image of the Pope as a martyr, a shepherd slain for his flock, has haunted Christianity for 2,000 years. And time after time, history seemed to fulfill these dark predictions. In the Middle Ages, stories circulated of visions in which popes were shown falling beneath swords or collapsing at the altar. Some of these visions came from mystics, others from anonymous monks, yet all carried the same warning. The papacy was not just blessed, it was marked. Rome might dress its leaders in gold and white robes, but their blood would always be close to the surface. One of the most famous warnings appears in the prophecies of St. Malachi. His list of popes includes mottos that hint at suffering, betrayal, and violent death. Though debated for centuries, believers saw in these mottos predictions of martyrdom. Even more striking are the visions tied to Fatima. The third secret, when finally revealed, described a pope dressed in white, cut down by soldiers amid ruins. The Vatican claimed this vision had been fulfilled in the attempted assassination of John Paul II in 1981, when he was shot at close range in St. Peter's Square. He survived, but many wondered if the prophecy was truly completed, or if it still points to another death yet to come. History provides more than enough examples. Pope John VIII was poisoned in the 9th century. Pope Clement II was likely murdered by arsenic in the 11th century. Pope Leo X barely survived a poisoning attempt in the 16th century. Even modern popes have faced bullets, plots, and threats that remain shrouded in secrecy. Each time such an attack occurs, older prophecies are pulled from dusty pages and reinterpreted as warnings that were always there. The idea of papal martyrdom serves a double purpose. To the faithful, it casts the Pope as a Christ-like figure, willing to die for the Church. To the Vatican, it provides a way to frame violence, not as weakness, but as fulfillment of prophecy. When a Pope sheds blood, he is not simply a victim. He becomes proof that the Church itself is walking the path of destiny. And yet, the darker side of these prophecies lingers. If popes are fated to die by violence, what does it say about the stability of the very institution built upon their office? Does it mean that power and danger are forever bound together in Rome? The prophecies of assassinations and martyrdom remain powerful because they blur the line between warning and inevitability. They suggest that every time a pope walks into the crowd, every time he raises his hand in blessing, the shadow of blood follows him. And perhaps that shadow is not just history repeating, but prophecy waiting to be fulfilled once more. Long before the 20th century plunged the world into two catastrophic wars, there were prophecies that seemed to speak of nations tearing themselves apart on a scale never seen before. These warnings, scattered across monasteries, mystical writings, and private visions, described not just battles between kings, but global conflicts that would leave millions dead. To those who look back, it is as if the world wars were not sudden tragedies of modern times, but events that had been whispered about centuries earlier. In the 14th century, a German mystic named Johannes of Rupecissa wrote of wars that would engulf all of Christendom, describing fire from the sky and cities reduced to rubble. He warned of an age when rulers would unleash weapons so terrible that no one could survive untouched. At the time, his words sounded like wild allegory. After the bombings of the 20th century, they sound like eerie foreshadowing. Hildegard of Bingen in the 12th century also spoke of storms of fire and nations clashing in waves of destruction. Her visions described rivers of blood, peoples migrating in desperation, and a world order collapsing before being remade. To readers in the age of trenches and tanks, her words took on a new and chilling relevance. Even the famous prophecies of Saint Malachi were sometimes read as a countdown to an age of global war. The mottos linked to early 20th century popes were interpreted as signs of turmoil, with references that some claimed matched the years of the First and Second World Wars. More specifically, the apparitions at Fatima in 1917 warned that if humanity did not repent, a worse war would follow the current one. When the Second World War erupted only 2 decades later, believers saw the prophecy as undeniably fulfilled. The Vatican itself leaned on this interpretation, framing the wars not as random human folly, but as divine warnings ignored. Yet, not all prophecies painted hope of renewal. Some manuscripts, locked in archives, described a world so fractured by war that it would never recover. In the 17th century, a little-known prophecy circulated among Jesuit circles that spoke of 2 great wars in the age of industry, followed by a third that would rise if mankind failed to learn. The details are scarce, but the chilling possibility of a Third World War has haunted readers ever since. The unsettling truth is that prophecy and war feed each other. When nations march to battle, old predictions are dug up and reinterpreted as proof that the conflict was always destined. At the same time, the horror of war makes even vague prophecies feel alive, as if history itself is following a script written long ago. Whether one believes in prophecy or not, the writings that foretold global conflict remind us of something undeniable. humanity has long sensed its own capacity for self-destruction. The visions of monks, mystics, and seers may not have named tanks or planes, but they knew the scale of violence would one day consume the entire world. And in the wars of the last century, those ancient warnings found their terrible echo. In the year 1846, 2 children tending cattle in the French Alps claimed they saw a woman appear in light brighter than the sun. She wept as she spoke and gave them a message that would later shake both the faithful and the Vatican. This was the apparition of La Salette, and the words given that day became one of the most controversial prophecies in Catholic history. The woman, believed to be the Virgin Mary, warned of corruption spreading across the world, of famine, and of a time when Rome itself would fall into ruin. At first, the Church treated the children's vision cautiously. Messages of repentance and warning were not unusual in Marian apparitions, but La Salette carried a darker tone. The children described the Virgin speaking of priests who had abandoned their vows, of leaders who no longer feared God, and of a world sinking into sin so deep that punishment would be inevitable. Crops would fail, nations would starve, and humanity would face a crisis unlike anything before. What disturbed the Vatican most was not just the warnings of famine but the prophecy tied to Rome. The message spoke of the city losing its faith, of the very heart of the Church becoming corrupted, and of Rome being reduced to ashes. For an institution built on the claim of eternal endurance, such words were dangerous. The Vatican eventually approved devotion to Our Lady of La Salette, but moved quickly to control the details of the prophecy. Portions of the children's accounts were locked away. Versions circulated that softened the words, focusing on prayer and repentance while leaving out the parts about Rome's downfall. Yet, the original texts written by the visionaries, Mélanie Calvat and Maximin Giraud, still leaked into the world. In the late 19th century, Mélanie published a fuller version of The Secret, and it was filled with warnings of global corruption, natural disasters, and the collapse of faith, even among the clergy. She wrote of a time when demons would walk openly, when the Church would be eclipsed, and when the Antichrist would rise from within the very structures meant to oppose him. The Vatican distanced itself from these writings, declaring that some of Mélanie's revelations went beyond what was authentic, but believers were not so easily convinced. The power of La Salette lay in how much it seemed to echo events unfolding around them. Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was already moving toward famine, war, and political upheaval. The fear that Rome itself could one day fall only added to the sense that prophecy was alive. To this day, the prophecies of La Salette remain a point of tension. Some see them as divine warnings ignored by the Church, others as exaggerations born of fear. But their survival, despite suppression, shows how powerful prophecy can be. A single vision, given to 2 poor children in the mountains of France, has continued to haunt Rome for nearly 2 centuries, with the possibility that even the eternal city is not beyond collapse. In the small Spanish village of Garabandal, in the early 1960s, 4 young girls claimed to experience repeated visions of the Virgin Mary. Their testimonies described messages warning of a great chastisement that would strike the entire world if humanity did not turn back to God. They spoke of a coming schism within the Church itself, of priests and bishops falling into error, and of wars and suffering that would sweep across nations. What made Garabandal striking was the scale of its warnings. The girls described a great miracle that would be visible to all, followed by a permanent sign left on the earth. But if people continued in sin even after witnessing it, then a terrible punishment would follow, one greater than any catastrophe before. Though the Vatican never gave official approval to the apparitions, the words of Garabandal spread widely, becoming part of the growing sense in the 20th century that the modern age itself had been foreseen. Across the world, another apparition unfolded that carried a similar weight. In 1973, in the remote Japanese town of Akita, a nun named Sister Agnes Sasagawa reported visions of the Virgin Mary, along with bleeding wounds appearing on a wooden statue of her convent. The messages she received spoke with stark clarity. Wars would break out, nations would rise against each other, and fire would fall from the sky, consuming much of humanity. She was told that the Church would suffer division from within, with cardinals opposing cardinals and bishops against bishops, a vision of schism that seemed to echo the Garabandal warnings. The apparitions of Akita were later recognized by the local bishop as worthy of belief, giving them a level of authority not granted to Garabandal. Yet both share a common theme. They describe a world rushing toward disaster through corruption, disbelief, and the betrayal of faith within its own walls. Both also connect prophecy with natural disaster. At Garabandal, the chastisement was described as something cosmic, terrifying, and unstoppable. At Akita, the Virgin warned that entire nations would be annihilated, not by human war alone, but by events that suggested earthquakes, fire, and devastation of the natural world. For many Catholics, these visions became warnings too close to ignore. The late 20th century was marked by wars, famines, and environmental crises, all of which made the prophecies feel urgent and real. The Vatican's cautious response did little to silence believers who saw in Garabandal and Akita proof that heaven was still speaking, and that the message was darker than ever. What unsettled many is how both prophecies placed the focus not only on humanity's sins, but on the failures of the Church itself. The idea that division would erupt among its leaders, and that Rome would suffer betrayal from within, was a theme the Vatican preferred to keep quiet. Yet the words of the apparitions remain. They warn of wars, schisms, and disasters that sound less like distant fears and more like the news of our own century. Whether dismissed or believed, they remind us that prophecy is never far from the present. It lives on in visions that refuse to fade. For centuries, whispers circulated of a strange prophecy, that one day the Church would face a moment unlike any before. It spoke of a time when there would be two living popes, one ruling and one still alive yet no longer seated on the throne of St. Peter. To many it sounded impossible, for the papacy was always described as a singular office, one shepherd at a time. Yet, in the year 2013, the world watched as this prophecy came true. Pope Benedict XVI resigned, the first pope to step down in nearly 600 years, and Pope Francis was elected soon after. For the first time in living memory, two men wore the white robes of the papacy, and prophecy once dismissed as fantasy suddenly became reality. The origin of this vision is traced to several mystics and seers across the Middle Ages. Some claim the end times would be marked by confusion at the very heart of Rome, when the people of God would see not one, but two popes, creating division and uncertainty. Others said this moment would mark the beginning of trials for the Church, as the world struggled to understand who truly held authority. For centuries, these words were buried in manuscripts, often ignored because the scenario seemed too absurd. But the resignation of Benedict changed everything. In February 2013, the aging Pope announced his decision to step aside, citing failing health. When Francis was chosen weeks later, the image of two men in white, living side by side in the Vatican gardens, felt like prophecy stepping off the page. Some saw this as a sign of humility, a peaceful handover that showed the papacy adapting to modern times. Others saw something darker. The idea of two popes living at once was tied in many prophecies to division, schism, and the weakening of Rome's authority. For conspiracy theorists, it was proof that hidden battles were being fought within the Vatican, battles that the public would never see. What makes this prophecy unsettling is not only that it happened, but that it continues. Even after his resignation, Benedict lived for almost a decade within Vatican walls, his very presence a reminder that the prophecy was still unfolding. When both men appeared together in public, shaking hands or praying side by side, it created an image no previous generation had ever seen. Was this unity, or was it the quiet fulfillment of a warning that the papacy itself would become confused in the last days? The Vatican, as expected, played down these questions. Official statements insisted that there was only one pope at a time and that Benedict's role was purely symbolic after his resignation. Yet prophecy has a way of making people see more than statements allow. The sight of two popes confirmed for many that ancient visions were never truly wrong, only waiting for their moment. Whether it was a sign of peace or a warning of division, the prophecy of two popes reminds us that even the most improbable visions can come to life, and when they do, the world is left wondering what comes next. Across centuries of visions and manuscripts, there runs a theme that feels less like ancient imagination and more like the headlines of our own age. Prophecies describing the earth itself rising in protest, floods swallowing cities, fires consuming forests, and storms tearing across lands that once seemed secure. To medieval ears, these warnings were signs of divine wrath, the punishment of a sinful world. To us today, they sound like descriptions of climate catastrophe, written long before the words global warming or carbon ever existed. In the 12th century, Hildegard of Bingen wrote of the earth trembling as if wounded, of floods that would drown nations, and of fire falling from the sky. She described the air becoming poisoned and seas rising in fury, language that seems uncannily close to modern fears of pollution and rising oceans. To her audience, it was a vision of the apocalypse. To us, it looks like prophecy that anticipated the environmental crisis of today. The prophecies of La Salette in the 19th century echoed these warnings. The Virgin was said to have told the children that crops would rot, the earth would no longer yield its fruit, and famine would spread. She spoke of the earth itself, crying out because of humanity's corruption, a haunting image of a planet pushed beyond balance. In the 20th century, the apparitions at Akita in Japan included words that entire nations would be wiped out, not only by war, but by fire from the sky. Some interpreted this as nuclear disaster, others as catastrophic natural events, wildfires or meteors. Yet when we look at today's burning landscapes and collapsing glaciers, the words sound far less distant. Even older traditions carried similar warnings. The Sibylline oracles, pagan prophecies, later preserved by early Christians, spoke of the seas rising and mountains crumbling into the waves. Ancient monks in the deserts of Egypt wrote of a time when the ground would no longer sustain crops and humanity would wander in hunger. Whether seen as divine judgment or natural cycle, the message was clear. The earth itself would one day rebel. What is striking is how these prophecies were preserved, yet rarely emphasized by the Vatican. They were often kept in the background, folded into apocalyptic language about sin and redemption, but their direct environmental imagery was left unexplored. Perhaps it was too close to a truth that could not be explained away. If the earth was foreseen to collapse under the weight of human choices, then no prayers alone could stop it. For believers, the climate prophecies serve as warnings of a spiritual kind. For modern readers, they look like early glimpses of science hidden in sacred language. Today, as floods devastate cities and wildfires rage across continents, the old prophecies return with new urgency. Were the ancients merely imagining judgment, or did they truly see the earth groaning centuries before we felt it ourselves? The answer may lie not in deciding which is right, but in realizing that prophecy, once dismissed as myth, can sound terrifyingly familiar when the world itself begins to burn. Among all the prophecies, preserved in scripture and whispered through visions, none has stirred more fear and debate than the warnings of the beast. The book of Revelation describes a time when people will not be able to buy or sell without receiving a mark, a mysterious number tied to the beast himself. For centuries, believers imagined this as tattoos, brands, or coins stamped by tyrants. But in the modern age, the prophecy has taken on a new shape. It feels less like ancient fantasy and more like a description of digital control, where numbers and codes govern every part of life. Medieval monks who copied Revelation often added illustrations showing merchants marked on the hand or forehead, people lined up to receive a seal before they could enter a marketplace. To them, it was a terrifying symbol of tyranny, yet even then some mystics suggested it was not simply a physical brand, but a system of control, a way of numbering humanity itself. The Sibylline oracles spoke of a time when numbers would bind the world, a hint that prophecy may have foreseen the rise of something far beyond what they could describe. Today, our lives revolve around numbers. Bank accounts, identification cards, passports, and digital profiles all reduce human identity into codes. Technology allows entire populations to be tracked, watched, and restricted without a single sword raised. For many, the prophecy of the mark feels as though it is no longer symbolic, but literal. The warning that no one could buy or sell without it reads eerily like a world of digital currency and surveillance systems. Even in the 20th century, Catholic thinkers whispered that technology could become the language of the beast. During the rise of barcodes in the 1970s, some saw the parallel, a universal mark used to track goods and people alike. With the internet and artificial intelligence, prophecy has only grown sharper. The mark does not have to be burned into flesh if it can be scanned from a phone. Prophecies preserved in Vatican archives speak of a future when the entire earth would be governed not by armies, but by a hidden system, a machine of numbers that no one could escape. Few details survive, but their tone matches Revelation's warning of a beast that rules by commerce and control. What makes these prophecies so unsettling is that they sound less distant with each passing decade. When Revelation was first read, it seemed like myth, a vision of monsters and cosmic battles. But when viewed in the light of digital systems, algorithms, and global networks, it begins to look like prophecy that anticipated a world ruled by invisible marks. The Vatican has rarely spoken directly on these modern interpretations. Silence allows the prophecy to hover, unsettled, its fulfillment neither confirmed nor denied. Yet, for those who look closely, the parallels are hard to dismiss. Prophecy once described in symbols of beasts and numbers may not have been fantasy at all. It may have been a glimpse of technology long before its time, a warning that the greatest danger would not come from swords or fire, but from the quiet control of numbers written into the fabric of human life. For centuries, old manuscripts have carried warnings that one day power would no longer flow from Rome or the West, but from the East. Prophecies spoke of empires rising under red banners, of armies marching across continents, and of a new order born where the sun rises. To medieval Europeans, these visions sounded like shadows of ancient fears, memories of Mongol invasions or distant tales of Persia. Yet, in the modern world, these prophecies read with unsettling familiarity, echoing the rise of global powers that now shape the future far beyond Europe's reach. The Book of Revelation itself contains hints of kings from the East, gathering for a final confrontation, an image that has haunted interpreters for nearly 2,000 years. Some tied it to the great river Euphrates, believing it marked a boundary where empires from Asia would one day surge forward. Early church fathers wrote sermons, warning that when the East rose, the West would tremble, and Rome would struggle to hold its place. During the Middle Ages, prophets like Joachim of Fiore expanded on this idea, suggesting that history moved in great ages, and that a time would come when Eastern rulers would dominate the earth before the final tribulations. These warnings were not entirely ignored by the Vatican. Reports from Jesuit missionaries returning from China, India, and Japan carried descriptions of vast populations, immense wealth, and advanced knowledge that seemed to confirm the possibility. Some of these accounts hinted that the East already possessed the capacity to overshadow Europe, though the Church often framed it as distant and unlikely. The prophecies, however, said otherwise. In the 19th and 20th centuries, new interpretations emerged. Visionaries spoke of a red empire rising, conquering not only lands but minds with its ideology. When communism spread from Russia to China, many saw the old prophecies fulfilled in real time. The East had risen, and the balance of global power shifted just as ancient visions had foretold. In the 21st century, the echoes are even louder. As China expands its influence and other nations in Asia rise economically and militarily, the predictions of the East ascending feel alive again. The prophecies no longer sound like distant warnings, but like blueprints unfolding before our eyes. What unsettles many is how specific some of the older texts seem when read today. Descriptions of a dragon ruling over nations, of rivers of trade flowing from the east to the west, of armies so vast they could not be counted, all mirror the geopolitical anxieties of the present age. Whether these were true visions or coincidences shaped by fear, they carry an undeniable resonance. The Vatican has rarely spoken directly on these parallels, but silence does not erase the unease. If prophecy once foresaw the rise of global powers from the East, then today we may be living in the very era those visions described. History has always shifted in cycles, but prophecy suggests this cycle is not just politics. It is destiny moving across the map, written long before our time, waiting only for us to recognize it. Throughout the Middle Ages, Europe lived under the shadow of plagues. The Black Death of the 14th century killed nearly half the continent, and waves of smaller outbreaks followed for centuries. But long before these events struck, visions and prophecies had already warned of a world where invisible sickness would spread without mercy. Medieval manuscripts describe the earth filled with pestilence, of cities silenced overnight, and of mankind wandering in fear of a breath that could kill. For many believers, these words were not just warnings of disease, they were signs of the end times. Monastic writers in the 12th and 13th centuries recorded visions of pestilence sweeping across nations faster than armies, striking rich and poor alike. Some even described the strange image of people collapsing suddenly in the streets, their faces darkened, their bodies untouchable. Others wrote of towns shutting their gates and food rotting in the fields because no one was left to harvest. These descriptions feel hauntingly close to what the world experienced in recent years with COVID-19. Cities locked down, travel banned, and streets left empty as fear of an unseen sickness gripped billions. The echo across centuries is hard to ignore. Hildegard of Bingen, one of the most famous mystics of the Middle Ages, described visions of the air itself becoming poisonous, carrying disease that would weaken entire populations. Her words were written in a world without microscopes or knowledge of viruses, yet they read today like an eerie premonition of airborne contagion. Later, in the 17th century, prophecies circulated of a great plague in the age of ships that would spread from distant lands to every nation connected by trade. In a time of global travel, this too feels like a chilling mirror of our reality. What makes these prophecies even more unsettling is their tie to larger warnings. The plague was rarely described as an isolated disaster. It was linked to famine, war, and the fall of kingdoms. Prophets wrote of rulers weakened by disease, of populations turning against leaders who failed to protect them, and of faith shaken when prayer seemed to bring no cure. During the Black Death, many believed the end of the world had arrived, and churches filled with desperate prayers, while flagellants marched through towns, whipping themselves in hopes of divine mercy. In the modern age, we saw the same fear play out differently, with people divided between faith in science, suspicion of authority, and a rising sense that life could change overnight in ways no one had predicted. The Vatican itself has long preserved records of these medieval prophecies, but rarely do they speak of them in public. Perhaps the silence is intentional. If the words of long-dead visionaries describe not only past plagues, but present pandemics, then prophecy is not just history. It is a living reminder that humanity has always known how fragile its place on earth truly is. Whether seen as divine warnings or uncanny foresight, the visions of plagues remind us of one truth across ages. The greatest threats are often not armies or empires, but the invisible breath that can stop the world in its tracks. Among the many themes that ripple through ancient prophecy, one image returns again and again. Merchants standing in despair, ships unloaded but worthless, gold and silver tossed aside as useless metal. The Book of Revelation paints this picture with unsettling clarity. It describes kings and traders weeping as Babylon the Great collapses, its wealth gone in a single hour. For centuries, believers interpreted Babylon as a symbol of corruption or empire. But in the modern age, many read it as a warning of economic collapse, a system built on commerce and greed suddenly crumbling to dust. Medieval seers often echoed the same vision. They wrote of markets abandoned, of coins no longer trusted, and of people trading bread for scraps of clothing because money had lost its power. One 14th century prophecy described great cities filled with empty shops, a scene that to its readers sounded like punishment for sin. To us today, it looks eerily similar to the images of recessions, depressions, and crashes when streets grow silent and fortunes vanish overnight. The Jesuit missionaries who travelled the globe in the 16th and 17th centuries even recorded stories of local prophecies warning of future times when trade would no longer hold value. They described merchants in Asia and the Americas speaking of cycles where wealth rose and fell, leaving nations desperate when greed outpaced balance. Some of these reports ended up in the Vatican's archives, hidden among theology, but carrying the same haunting theme: wealth is never permanent. It is fragile, and its collapse shakes the world more deeply than war. In the 20th century, the connection between prophecy and economy returned during the Great Depression. Preachers quoted Revelation, pointing to the images of merchants weeping as proof that Scripture had foreseen the disaster. The sight of banks failing, factories closing, and families lining up for bread seemed to match ancient words almost too perfectly. Later financial crises only deepened the echo. Each time the markets fell, prophecy was remembered. What makes these warnings more disturbing is the way they tie money to morality. The prophets rarely spoke of collapse as random chance. They linked it to greed, to corruption, and to arrogance. Hildegard of Bingen wrote that wealth gained without justice would one day rot, and that rulers who trusted gold more than God would see their kingdoms stripped bare. This theme carried forward into Marian apparitions like La Salette, where famine and economic ruin were tied to moral decline. Today, in a world where global markets rise and fall in a matter of hours, the prophetic warnings feel sharper than ever. They suggest that collapse is not an if, but a when, a cycle that repeats each time humanity forgets its limits. The image of merchants weeping is not only a vision of destruction, it is a reminder that wealth cannot shield a society forever. When money loses its meaning, prophecy tells us the world remembers how fragile its towers of gold really are. And in that collapse, power shifts, faith is tested, and history resets itself once again. From the earliest centuries of Christianity, there have been whispers that the greatest danger to the church would not come from outside, but from within. Prophecies scattered across medieval manuscripts and preserved in private visions warned of a future fracture, a time when bishops would stand against bishops, and even popes would face opposition from their own. This idea of schism haunted believers because it threatened not only unity, but identity. If the church claimed to be one, holy, and universal, what would happen if prophecy proved it would one day tear apart? The Book of Revelation itself hints at a falling away, a great apostasy when the faithful would be deceived and truth clouded by corruption. Later visionaries made this image more specific. The prophecies of La Salette in the 19th century spoke of priests abandoning their vows, of altars defiled, and of a time when Rome would lose faith and become the seat of the Antichrist. The apparitions at Akita in the 20th century repeated the warning in sharper tones, describing cardinals opposing cardinals and bishops opposing bishops, while chaos consumed the faithful. These words were not dismissed easily. They sounded too precise, too close to reality, as scandals, divisions, and debates shook the church in the modern age. Even earlier, mystics like Joachim of Fiore in the 12th century described history as unfolding in ages, with the final age marked by the corruption of the very institution meant to guard truth. His visions spoke of a church divided into fragments, some clinging to tradition, while others chased new paths, leaving the faithful caught in confusion. To his contemporaries, these were dangerous words, for they suggested that unity was not eternal but temporary, destined to break apart. The Vatican's response through the centuries has often been silence or caution. Acknowledging the possibility of schism would only feed fear, yet the visions persisted, whispered in sermons, copied in manuscripts, and passed down in secret. Every time the Church faced controversy, from the Avignon papacy with rival popes in the 14th century to the Protestant Reformation in the 16th, people looked back to the old prophecies and declared them fulfilled. The unsettling part is that the warnings never ended with one fracture. They suggested that division would deepen again and again until the final days. In our own time, the echoes are hard to miss. Debates over doctrine, morality, and leadership have left many Catholics feeling as though the Church stands on the edge of another split. To those who remember the prophecies, this is not surprising. It is a script written long ago, a fracture foretold. Whether one sees these visions as divine warnings or human fears preserved in sacred language, the result is the same. The Church that once claimed to be unshakable is shown in prophecy as fragile, vulnerable to breaking under its own weight. And perhaps that is why these prophecies still unsettle Rome. For if the greatest enemy is not kings or empires but division within, then the survival of the Church depends not on power, but on whether unity can withstand the destiny that prophecy has already marked. When Rome fell to barbarian invasions in the year 476, historians marked it as the end of an empire that had ruled the known world. But prophecy has long warned that the fall of Rome would not happen only once. The city that rose from the ashes as the heart of Christianity, crowned with the Vatican as its holy centre, is said to face another collapse. This time not as a pagan empire, but as the seat of faith itself. Visions from the Middle Ages speak of Rome burning, of the seven hills trembling, and of St. Peter's falling to ruin. The Sibylline oracles described a city clothed in purple and gold, collapsing under divine judgment. Later, mystics wrote of a time when pilgrims would come to Rome and find only stones and dust, the basilicas empty, the city abandoned. To those who loved the Church, these words were terrifying, yet they were copied again and again as if to remind future generations that even the eternal city was not beyond destruction. The prophecies of La Salette in the 19th century spoke even more clearly, warning that Rome would lose its faith and become the seat of the Antichrist. These were not casual words. To claim that the Vatican itself could betray its mission and fall into ruin was a direct challenge to the very identity of the Church. Yet the visionaries insisted this warning was part of the prophecy they received. The apparitions of Fatima, though officially tied to visions of persecution and assassination, have also been read as pointing toward a great suffering for Rome, possibly even its collapse in the face of global turmoil. And in Akita, Japan, the Virgin was said to have spoken of a church divided from within and chastised by disasters so great that entire nations would be wiped away. Many connected these words to the possible downfall of Vatican City itself, a place that has always symbolized permanence, but which prophecy shows as vulnerable. The idea of Rome falling again has taken on new life in the modern era. With scandals, corruption, and political struggles swirling around the Vatican, some see the seeds of collapse already planted. Prophecy does not always speak of armies at the gates. Sometimes it speaks of rot from within, a crumbling of faith so complete that the walls no longer need to be breached by force. The warning is not simply about buildings burning, but about a deeper destruction, the loss of trust, and the fading of faith in the very institution that claimed to hold eternity in its hands. Whether one believes in prophecy or not, the idea of Rome falling again carries weight because it is tied to history that already happened once. If the greatest empire of the ancient world could crumble, why not the spiritual empire that replaced it? The old prophecies remind us that no throne, no palace, no city is immune to time. And if they are true, then one day even the Vatican's shining dome may lie shattered, and pilgrims will wander through ruins asking how the eternal city could fall a second time. In the 12th century, an Irish archbishop named Malachy is said to have received a vision while visiting Rome. What he left behind became one of the most chilling prophecies in Christian history. It was a list of mottos describing every pope from his time until the end of the church. For centuries, the list seemed uncanny in its accuracy. Each motto, vague yet strangely fitting, appeared to match the character, origin, or era of successive popes. But the most disturbing part is the final entry. It does not describe a motto, but a figure known as Peter the Roman, who would feed his flock amid great tribulation before the city of 7 hills is destroyed, and the dreadful judge comes to judge his people. In other words, the final pope. According to many interpreters, the current pontiff may be that very figure. Pope Francis, though not named Peter, was born Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the son of Italian immigrants, giving him a direct Roman heritage. He is the first Jesuit pope, the first from the Americas, and he took the name Francis, a saint associated with poverty and rebuilding the church. To some, this fits the prophecy perfectly, marking him as the shepherd during a time of global crisis. When Pope Benedict XVI resigned in 2013, making way for Francis, many who knew Malachy's list looked at the moment with unease. If Benedict was the penultimate pope, then Francis could be the last. The years since have only deepened this fear. Under Francis, the Church has faced scandals, divisions, and global challenges unlike any in modern history. Wars, pandemics, climate disasters, and political upheavals have shaken the world, while the Vatican itself struggles with internal fractures. Prophecy describes the last pope leading during tribulation, and tribulation seems to define the era we live in. Of course, the Vatican has never endorsed Malachy's prophecies. Scholars debate whether the list is authentic or a forgery from the 16th century. Official statements dismiss it as superstition. Yet the silence does little to erase the fascination. Even among the faithful, the idea lingers. What if the list is real? What if we are living through the final chapter of the papacy? For some, the prophecy is terrifying, a sign that history itself is coming to an end. For others, it is symbolic, pointing to transformation rather than destruction, an ending of one order so a new one may begin. Either way, the words of Malachy refuse to fade. They hang over every decision of the current pope, every crisis in the church, every headline that speaks of division or decline. If Francis is the last pope, then prophecy has caught up with the present, and the question is no longer when, but what comes after. The prophecy of a final pope reminds us that no institution, however ancient, can escape time. And if Malachy's vision holds true, the papacy itself may be standing at the edge of history's last page. For centuries, whispers of hidden prophecies have circled around the Vatican. From visions of plagues and wars to predictions of popes and the fall of Rome, countless texts suggest that the Church has preserved warnings about humanity's future. And yet, most of these remain locked away in archives, guarded by secrecy and silence. The question is why? If prophecy is meant to guide, why conceal it from the very people it was meant to help? The simplest answer given by defenders of the Church is protection. Prophecies are often vague, symbolic, and open to many interpretations. If every vision were released, panic might spread, and faith could collapse under fear. By controlling access, the Vatican claims to shield believers from confusion. But history shows another possibility. Prophecy is power. To know the future, or to appear to know it, is to hold influence over kings, nations, and the hearts of millions. By keeping certain texts private, the Church alone decides which prophecies to emphasize and which to bury. When the visions support authority, they are proclaimed from pulpits. When they threaten the stability of Rome, they are silenced. Consider La Salette, Fatima, and Akita, each warned of corruption, division, or destruction linked directly to the Church. Parts of these messages were withheld for decades or dismissed as exaggerations. Why? Because they pointed not to distant sinners but to flaws within the Vatican itself. To release them fully would have forced the Church to confront its own failings in the eyes of the world. There is also the matter of timing. Some prophecies describe events so terrifying that to release them too soon could destabilize societies. Visions of economic collapse, natural disasters, or final judgment may have been hidden until the moment they could no longer be denied. In this way, the Vatican does not destroy prophecy, but delays it, using silence as a shield until the world is ready, or until the Church is ready to frame the narrative on its own terms. Yet silence has its cost. Concealing prophecy does not erase it, it only deepens suspicion. Believers ask why the third secret of Fatima was kept hidden for so long. They wonder what manuscripts still lie in the secret archives, untouched by modern eyes. They question why ancient texts describing wars, plagues, and even a final pope remain beyond reach. Silence feeds the very fear it claims to prevent. Perhaps the most unsettling reason for concealment is that prophecy might not simply reveal the future. It might expose the past. If certain visions prove that history itself was shaped, delayed, or rewritten, then prophecy becomes evidence not of divine mystery, but of human manipulation. And that is the one truth the Vatican can never allow to spread unchecked. In the end, the silence may not be about protecting faith. It may be about protecting authority. Because once prophecy is free, it belongs to everyone, and no single institution can control how it is read. And perhaps that is why the Vatican guards its secrets so carefully. Prophecy, after all, is not just prediction. It is power disguised as vision. Throughout history, prophecy has not only been about foretelling the future, it has been about shaping the present. To speak of what is coming is to guide how people act now. This is the true power of prophecy, not the vision itself, but the control of its narrative. And for centuries, no institution has understood this more deeply than the Vatican. When a pope or priest declares that the end is near, people turn to the Church for safety. When prophecy warns of punishment for sin, people obey, donate, and repent. The future becomes a tool to govern the present. It is not difficult to see how this works. Imagine a prophecy describing famine. To the public, it becomes a call to prayer and repentance. To leaders, it becomes justification for raising taxes, storing grain, or waging preemptive war. By controlling how the prophecy is interpreted, those in power direct the actions of millions. And when the famine arrives, they appear as the guardians who had already foreseen it. The same pattern is visible in apocalyptic warnings. Prophecies of plagues or disasters often drove entire populations into obedience, convinced that only the Church could shield them from divine wrath. In reality, the prophecy did not change the event, but it changed how people responded, strengthening the very authority that shared the vision. One of the clearest examples is the list of Saint Malachi. For centuries, it has been whispered that the popes are numbered and that the end will come with the last. The Vatican has never endorsed the list, but neither has it entirely dismissed it. By leaving the prophecy in a haze of uncertainty, they maintain control. Believers live with the possibility that the next pope could be the final one, a fear that keeps attention fixed on Rome. Even when prophecies point to corruption or destruction within the Church, the Vatican still finds ways to bend them. A warning of division can be reframed as a call for loyalty. A vision of Rome's collapse can be preached as motivation for reform. The prophecy remains, but the interpretation is controlled, and interpretation is everything. What makes this so powerful is that prophecy does not need to be fulfilled to be effective. People do not wait for signs in the sky to adjust their behavior. The simple suggestion of a future shapes their choices today. By choosing which prophecies to reveal and which to conceal, the Church does not only manage belief in tomorrow, it governs the present moment, turning uncertainty into obedience. In our own time, the same pattern continues. Visions of climate disaster, war, or technological tyranny are often tied back to sacred warnings. And once again, the narrative is managed, deciding whether the prophecy is about sin, society, or something else entirely. The future is not only predicted, it is written and rewritten until it serves the needs of the present. That is the essence of prophecy as control. To claim knowledge of tomorrow is to rule today. And as long as humanity listens, prophecy will remain not just a vision but a tool shaping history before it even arrives. When we read ancient prophecies, it is tempting to imagine that they are windows into the future, glimpses of events yet to come. But another possibility haunts every vision. What if prophecy is not foresight at all? What if it is a script written in advance that powerful people then work to make real? In other words, a self-fulfilling plan disguised as divine revelation. History offers many moments that suggest this darker possibility. Consider the prophecies of war. When leaders declare that conflict was foretold, they prepare their armies with the conviction that they are playing out destiny. The war comes not because it was written in the stars, but because men chose to act as if it were inevitable. The prophecy becomes a justification, and the bloodshed fulfills what might otherwise never have happened. The same is true with visions of famine or economic collapse. Once a warning is spread that merchants will weep and wealth will vanish, rulers hoard resources, markets panic, and collapse follows. Did the prophecy predict the disaster, or did the belief in the prophecy create it? In this way, prophecy is less about the unseen and more about shaping the choices of the present. The Vatican has long held the most influential prophecies close, deciding when and how to reveal them. By controlling timing, they also control outcomes. The third secret of Fatima, for example, was hidden for decades before being released in the year 2000. Its vision of persecution, assassination, and suffering was interpreted by some as connected to the attempted shooting of Pope John Paul II in 1981. But the question lingers: was the event a fulfillment of the prophecy, or was the prophecy shaped to match the event after it happened? And what if certain actions were influenced by knowledge of the text, making the prophecy come true because it had been expected? St. Malachi's list of popes offers another unsettling example. If people believe the papacy is destined to end with a final shepherd, every new pontiff will be viewed through that lens. Decisions, reforms, even resignations take on meaning they might not otherwise have carried, bending reality toward the prophecy. What begins as a vision becomes a filter that changes how history unfolds. The danger of self-fulfilling prophecy is that it blurs the line between fate and manipulation. Those who hold the prophecies wield power not just because they claim to know the future, but because they can steer the present to match what was written. The people obey, the leaders act, and soon the prophecy is no longer a prediction but a plan. Perhaps that is why the Vatican guards its archives so tightly. Prophecies hidden in those shelves may not simply reveal the future. They may reveal the script of history itself, a script carefully crafted to unfold step by step. And if that is true, then prophecy is not only about foretelling, but about control, a reminder that sometimes the future is not seen but staged. For centuries, prophecy has been spoken of as destiny, a chain of events already written that no one can escape. The visions of popes and mystics, the warnings of wars, plagues, and collapse have been repeated so often that they feel like fate itself. But hidden beneath every prophecy is a choice. The words may describe what could happen, yet how humanity responds decides whether those visions become reality. Prophecy is not a prison. It is a mirror held up to remind us of the path we are walking and where it may lead if we refuse to change. When Saint Malachi wrote of a final pope, he was not necessarily declaring the end of the Church. He may have been warning that, if corruption continued, the institution would collapse under its own weight. When Hildegard of Bingen described the earth groaning under floods and fire, she was not simply forecasting climate catastrophe. She was showing the consequence of human neglect long before the language of science could explain it. When the apparitions of Fatima and Akita spoke of war and division, they were not chains binding humanity to destruction. They were alarms, sounding before it was too late to turn back. The Vatican's silence over the centuries may have been an attempt to control fear, but in doing so, they turned prophecy into something darker. Instead of being shared as a guide, it became hidden as a weapon, used only when it served authority. Yet prophecy belongs to no single archive. It belongs to everyone, because its true purpose is not to frighten, but to awaken. The choice is always ours. We can hear the warnings of war and continue building weapons, or we can use them as reminders to seek peace before fire consumes nations. We can look at the visions of plague and famine as doom, or we can treat them as calls to prepare, to heal, and to care for one another. We can stare at the warnings of Rome's fall and despair, or we can recognize that institutions survive only when they stay true to their purpose. Prophecy is never about sitting still, waiting for disaster. It is about awareness, the uncomfortable but vital reminder that the future is not guaranteed. The voices of mystics and visionaries across the centuries are not meant to lock us into fear, but to awaken us to responsibility. If there is one lesson hidden in all the manuscripts and visions guarded by the Vatican, it is that humanity is never powerless. The world can change direction, but only if we see clearly the path we are on. The prophecies speak of destruction, because destruction is always possible, but so is renewal, so is peace, so is truth. The future is not written in stone or sealed in archives. It is being written right now, by the choices we make and the courage we find. And if we listen to the warnings with open eyes, then prophecy is not the end of the story. It is the beginning of awakening.